I have some questions, and I would like to get them, I guess, answered in closed session before that.
Councillor DePalm, we would require a title or at least FOIP clauses related to the item.
Okay, I guess about policies and procedures and legal.
Unfortunately, legal can only be used when legal counsel is present, and we don't have any lawyers scheduled to be present today. Advice from administration? Advice from officials is typically what we would see policies and procedures. If it's related to a draft policy or amendment, it would be under local public body confidences. Does that support you?
Yeah, I have some questions, so
I guess additionally as well, that council may consider that we're in a fair amount of today's agenda is in the CAO's meeting. Like we're not expecting, but we'll be in council meeting till 1:30, and that we're doing our year-end updates, and that's the CAO's meeting, which is by default in camera, and then a little easier to answer, to ask a question that perhaps is more appropriate to be in camera than in the public. Is that a solution?
no,
Or is
I
this
have
just
questions
council?
before 5.2, about 5.2.
Oh, that's
Okay.
okay. You can go into camera about
Yeah,
that.
that's what I mean.
Yeah,
That doesn't require a change
doesn't
to
require an
the agenda. That's just a request to go into a closed session related to that item.
Oh.
And then we just do the FOIP clause at that point in time. Yeah, that's very easy. Yep.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
so Councillor Massieu?
Yeah, the agenda looks good, but you know the old typo at the top, it's 2025 now.
Oh, wow, I missed that too.
The one on the machine's okay, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, call the question on the agenda. All those in favor? Unanimous. Next up, the minutes from December 10th, 2024. Councillor Holzman.
Yes, I would move the minutes from December 10th as presented. I did not see any errors.
Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Unanimous again. Sorry, Brent. Moving, no delegations. 5.0 reports. 5.1. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Mike Arnold. I'm your Assessment Services Manager here at the county. And through the CAO to Mayor and Council, this is a request for decision regarding the Provincial Education Requisition Credit, or PERC, and the Designated Industrial Requisition Credit, or DERC. This is to request Council's approval of Red Deer County's bad debt expense for 2024 in the amount of $778,598. This is required to be able to apply for the 2 credits from Municipal Affairs. The Alberta government is supporting municipalities by providing a tax credit for the uncollectible portion of education property taxes for oil and gas properties. Administration has calculated that Red Deer County is eligible for $81,981.74. All municipalities in Alberta that have oil and gas properties subject to both provincial education and the designated industrial property tax requisitions are eligible to request a cancellation or a refund. The uncollectible levy associated with those properties, again, totals that $81,981.74. And on the slide and the information before council, there's the breakdown between the 2 credit programs. So municipalities must have written off the municipal property tax portion for oil and gas facilities to be eligible to apply for these programs. These outstanding tax amounts have been reviewed by our lawyer, and there is a high probability that payment will not be received. The process of expensing the bad debt does not mean Red Deer County will not be able to collect. We will continue to enforce using all collection tools. If we are able to collect some or all of the outstanding taxes, it will result in a credit for the following year. As part of the agenda, this report has been shared online. The public can watch the video stream live or through recorded videos with closed captioning capabilities. Direction on this matter will be included in the meeting minutes, which are published online and summarized in the county news. So really, there's two alternatives before council today, is to approve the bad debt expense for 2024 as presented, or decline and request further information. The recommendation from administration is that council approve writing off $778,598 as a bad debt expense, the municipal portion of unpaid property tax for the Provincial Education Requisition Credit, and the designated industrial requisition credit for eligible properties for the year 2024.
Thank you for the report. Any questions? I'll start to my left. Councillor Ramsey.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess the bad debt number, is that higher or lower than what we've seen in the past?
To the CAO, to Deputy Mayor and Council. This amount is about similar to what it was last year. We budget $1 million for bad debt expense, so it's a little bit below what we budgeted.
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Just have a question on, there's a statement in the report, this is, we have to do this to get some money back, but we're still going to try and recover some money, I read in the report. So I just heard that to get this, we had to sort of given up that we were going to get that money. Can just elaborate on that a little bit, please? Thank you.
Through the Deputy Mayor to, through the CAO to the Deputy Mayor and Council. So yeah, we do a bad debt expense, and this goes into our allowance for doubtful accounts. And so we write it off to the allowance for doubtful accounts, but we will continue to try and collect the money. And if we do receive the money, then we would back it out of our allowance for doubtful accounts. And then as was stated in the report, we would get a credit back on our requisition through the school. So it's not written off. We have more tools to collect when it's residential than we do with linear, but we continue to try and collect the money. It's not written right off of our books at this point.
And if we do collect some back, do we have to give it back to the government?
Through the Deputy Mayor, through the CAO to the Deputy Mayor and Council, what we collect, we'll keep the portions that are ours, our levies and municipal tax, and then it's just the education and the designated industrial that goes back to the province. So they just get a credit back, and that just goes with the annual requisitions.
And last year, did we manage to collect any?
Through the CAO to the Deputy Mayor and Council, we did have one payment agreement signed where we did collect some of these older ones. So we have had some success.
Oh, that's good to hear. Thank you, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Councillor Massier. Not yet. It's not.
Oh, there it's on. I appreciate the question from Councillor Ramsey about how was it last year, because that's what I thought too. Maybe the numbers were a little bigger, and at budget time I think you said we're going for about $1 million. Can you speak to the future for the next year or two? Are we projecting still $1 million a year for the next little while, or are we over that oil and gas slump? Because I hear they're building new pipelines, so maybe things have turned around. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Through the CAO to Deputy Mayor and Council, In the current 3-year operating budget, we do have $1 million each year for, really hard to say if it'll change. Certainly, we're using all our tools that we have, even though they're somewhat limited with linear taxes.
Any more, Councillor? I'm done. Councillor Holzman?
I had similar questions about what it was last year as well, so they've been answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DePalm?
Thanks. So I guess one question that I have, if we do this and we do collect, then do we have to pay this money back to the government then? Or do they hold it as a credit and wait? Or
Through the CAO to the Deputy Mayor and Council. So we get the annual requisition, and if there's any, if we do collect, they put it as a credit against that annual requisition for the following year. So it just gets washed out. So each year we have over-unders and sometimes credits if we do collect on this. And so it's just taken out of the current year's requisition.
okay, sorry, and if that question was already asked, thanks.
Thank you. If no other questions, I'm looking for a motion here. Anyone? Councillor Ramsey?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I would move staff recommendation that we approve writing off the bad debt expense so that we can at least collect the requisition portions for the time being.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Any discussion? Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. So I guess we're caught between the devil and the deep blue sea here. To get some money back, we have to write things off. Sadly, that's the way it is at the moment. I'm heartened by the fact that at least we had a little bit of success last year, and hopefully the same or more success will happen this year.
Thank you. Councillor Massier, I'll just go around again.
Sure, yeah, and I would agree. I mean, it sounds like the trend's getting better, and I think it's important that, you know, the media recognizes that $80,000 that isn't going into, where is it, the big one, the education one, isn't it? Isn't that the big one? I mean, that's almost a teacher in our area that's because the oil patch is not paying. So I'm glad the numbers are coming down. That sounds like the trend is you're budgeting conservatively, and I'm hoping this trend continues to fix itself.
Sorry, Councillor Holzman?
The only comment that I have is the same, is that I really hope that we could start getting most of it collected and that we continue to lobby at the provincial level. And we have seen some changes there, so I think we're on the right track.
Councillor DePalm? Since you did the motion, I'll let you wrap up. But it's unfortunate that this amount is not getting collected, but as has been said before, I'm glad it's going down in a way. Hopefully better things in the future. Councillor Ramsey, would you like to wrap? Nope. So all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. So item 5.2. Who's taking that? Mr. Yeah, Councillor DePalm, you wanted to make a motion?
Would you like to go in camera at this time, or would you like to hear administration's report first and then be able to go into camera and ask questions related to that report at that time?
I think I'd like to beforehand. I do have a couple questions of just council and then a couple questions for the other. Yeah, I have a couple questions just for council.
Well, what land, labor, or legal, which way are you wanting to go there? We don't have legal here today.
Should we go to the other room for 5 seconds, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Let's take a quick recess. Time is 9:45. Take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. about that, everyone. So 5.2. Who is Mr. Barr? Take her away. We weren't in camera, were we? No, we weren't. We were in recess.
Oh, cool. That's it. I'm gonna let you do it because it doesn't like me. Good morning. So this is to consider the award of the contract for the Highway Junction 42 Roundabout and Rest Stop Expansion Project. This project includes the development of a roundabout at the intersection of Junction Drive and Highway 42, as well as the development of an additional 5-acre truck parking stop directly adjacent to the existing truck parking lot. Tender package stated that the tender would follow an evaluated tender process. The tender shall consisted of 2 separate submission packages, a technical submission package and proposal package. Technical submission must include any fee-related information, and the fee proposal shall be in Canadian currency. The tender closed on December 4th, 2024. Total of 5 bids were submitted, all of which were deemed compliant. All bidders' packages were reviewed by the county's engineering consultant and the Red Deer County administration and were provided a technical score. Phase 2, or the second package, each bidder's schedule of prices were reviewed and provided a price score relative to the bid prices quoted, with highest score given to the lowest bid. The bid prices ranged from $6,444,700 and change to $8,303,900 and change. Pre-tender estimate for the project provided by the county's contract firm was $7,618,200 something and 54 cents, excluding GST and site occupancy. All but one bid was under the pre-tender estimate. The lowest bidder in this case was Paternies Incorporated in the amount of $6,767,197.43, including GST. The bid includes 149 site occupancy days at $2,500 per day for a total of $372,500. The specified completion date for the proposed work is looking to be September 15th, 2025. Construction is anticipated to begin this May, weather permitting. The county consulting engineering firm has had experience working with Paternies on several projects, including the intersection improvements at I-11A and Range Road 282, as well as intersection improvements at Highway 2 and Highway 2 East Service Road. Both projects were completed in a timely manner, on budget, and with no major issues. Pre-tender estimate, as stated before, is roughly $7.6 million, excluding GST and site occupancy. In addition to this contract, administration has budgeted an additional 12% for contingency, equaling about $850,000. Please note that the county rarely utilizes the full contingencies. Therefore, the actual cost of this project is expected to be lower than the maximum anticipated cost and lower than the maximum agreed upon estimate provided by the province. In accordance with policy number 2007 purchasing, council is required to award all contracts over $1 million, and council must approve non-budgeted expenditures of $100,000 or greater. As per 2 separate memorandums of agreements, the province of Alberta has agreed to pay $100,000 of the total project cost, which they have estimated to be approximately $9,508,825.18. In accordance with the agreement, the municipality is responsible for tendering and overseeing the construction of this project. In terms of recommendations, administration is recommending that council approve the award of the Junction 42, Highway 42 Roundabout and Rest Stop Expansion Project to Paterni's Incorporated for the sum of $6,767,997.43 and excluding GST. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr. Any questions? Start with Councillor DePalm to my right and go that way around.
So thanks for that report. So just to clarify, so the government or the provincial government is paying for this whole project, the parking lot and the roundabout. We're just doing the oversight, I guess, in it and the construction part of it.
Through the CAO to Mayor and Council, or Deputy Mayor and Council, yes, we have a memorandum of agreement that is signed and in place that Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors are funding 100% of both portions of the project, and Red Deer County has a responsibility to tender and oversee the construction in accordance with we're working with them as well. Anything that we're looking to do, we do have to run through them for approval. But yes, we are overseeing the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Holzman? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
Sorry, I was focused on the construction of the project. I do want to mention that the land is owned by Red Deer County, and that would be our contribution. We are also responsible for maintenance of the parking lot following the construction completion.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Thanks.
Councillor Holzman?
You anticipated my question. That was going to be my question is, I thought that we were giving the land in lieu, and so the memorandum has been signed. Thank you.
Councillor Massier?
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I have a few questions. The first one, Ms. Miller just stimulated. In the report there, it says land acquisition, $400,000 towards the project cost. So is there other land that's getting sold part of this deal? I guess it'd be my first question then, or looks like someone's getting.
So through the CAO to Deputy Mayor and Council, that land acquisitions for the roundabout, we did have to acquire some land as part of this project to ensure that we could meet the 2-lane roundabout.
Okay, so that's toward someone other than Red Deer County. We're going to chip in land from what I hear in the report.
That's correct. It's a local landowner that we have to acquire from.
And that's all super interesting. The province thought the project would be over $9 million. You're getting it in for $8 million. So, you know, kudos on the company that want early work. And it sounds like we're very good at this, spending the province's money diligently and efficiently. Is there a way for Red Deer County to recoup some of the administration and I'm sure it's taken someone a lot of time to oversee a big project like this. Is that built in, or is that again something that Red Deer County is willing to contribute because we end up with the benefit at the end? That'd be my second question, Mr. Chair, and then I have one more after that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Through the CAO to Deputy Mayor and Council. In the past, when we've done these MOA agreements with the province, we have taken project managers' salaries and allocated some of them to the capital projects and then charged the province. In the past, they have paid. Usually with grants, they won't pay. So we definitely try to charge them for the project managers' time.
I appreciate that. And if it works on the contracting, we get it. And if it doesn't, that's fine too. We get a benefit anyway. So yeah, I appreciate that. The last question is site occupancy. Because again, in the report, it's $6.5 million, or it might only be $6 million. So there's $400,000 that we might have to spend and we might not have to spend. My understanding is it's how quick they do the job or something, but I don't quite understand what the cost of the line item site occupancy is.
Director Miller?
Sure. I'll maybe ask our engineer to come and explain it. And it is difficult to explain, but I'll see if he can give a bit of insight.
through the CAO to council. Site occupancy is usually a pretty interesting thing. You have a block of time that you kind of arrange with them. And if they do it within that set of time, everything's cleared. But if they do it earlier, then you're paying out what days are left over at that rate. Usually, you can never do a project in 0 days. So it's always going to be reduced by a certain amount anyhow. And they just sort of recommend it. They want to get as close as possible to their dates because then it does affect their tender prices, which then does affect if they don't get the project or not. So that is kind of how, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you got to be careful how they bid it. There's a little benefit if they're quicker, but if it takes too long, it's too expensive. It helps me understand it a lot. So there'll be some of that site occupancy money usually spent. And would it work the reverse if all of a sudden things go sideways and they stay too long?
That's right.
Okay, then it would reduce, we'd get a benefit. Thank you very much for the explanation, Mr. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. Councillor Moore? No? Councillor Ramsey?
Thank you. I had one question on the contingency at 12%. From my memory, typically we do 10% contingency, so I'm just curious why the 12%, I guess.
Mr. Barr?
So it's through the CAO to Councillor Ramsey. You're quite correct. Generally, it's about 10%. In this particular case, our contract engineers recommended 12. There's a few little things out there that might push things over. We're going over some pipelines out there, which may or may not push it a little bit higher. So in this particular case, we had some buffer. It's not a bad thing to have that in there. So that's why it went to 12%.
That's all. Okay, all my questions were answered, so looking for a motion. Councillor Holzman?
Go ahead.
Oh.
No, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I forgot, Dana. Councillor DePalm.
I would move that council approve the award of Junction 42 Roundabout and the rest stop expansion project to Perni's Inc. for the sum of $6,767,997.43 and excluding GST? Okay.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor. Anyone wish to debate? Councillor Massier, I'll start with you.
Yeah, I just want a little clarity on that motion. So it was staff recommendations for the 6.76. And when you look up in the report, that's the tender award, 7.767. Then there's some additional cost charges for the total cost of 7.9 million. So we're awarding the tender for the 6.7 to Paderni's and the rest of the costs on this project, somehow the Red Deer County is covering until needed, or just a little clarity on that, Mr. Chair.
So that's back into questions then?
Well, am I voting on spending 6.7 million, or am I voting on the potential to spend 7.9 million?
If you like clarity,
I'd like clarity, honestly.
brief clarity. Yeah, this is the authorization of awarding the portion of the project that is the contract for the construction. And you're correct. There are other elements that exist. There are budgetary approvals, and there's other elements of. There's even potential with this gap and what the funding is to see whether this project changes. That would all come back to council. If it's over budget or over this tender amount, it would come back for council. For today, it's awarding it is exactly as written. It's awarding the project to Paderni's for that amount of money.
Okay, thank you. Is that
helps a lot, and the rest is still costs that we're going to either spend or absorb and tender out, and it's all great news. So fully aware, but today it's just the Paderni amount for 6.7. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moore? Councillor Ramsey? Councillor Holzman? Sure.
I'm just glad to see this project go ahead and that we've gotten funding 100% from our Alberta government. I think the next time we're out and about, we should be thanking our Minister of Transportation because we've been partners on some very big projects lately in this area.
Yeah, thank you. Just for my comments, I would say the same thing. It's great that we're able to get this done, and the province is trusting us with this project. Councillor DePalm, would you like to wrap up? No, I'm good. Okay, call the question. All those in favor? So that's an opposed one. Thank you. Just give me a second. 5 in favor, and Councillor Moore opposed. Thank you. So the next thing we have is public hearing at 1:30. What procedure would you like? Just to suspend the meeting or recess the meeting until then?
Yeah, recess to 1:30 would be good to public hearings. Yeah.
Okay, so do we need a vote for that? Okay, so at 10:18, recess the meeting till 1:30 for the public hearings. Thank you. Yeah, why don't we take a 10-minute or 12-minute break here. It's 1:30. Back from a recess at 10:30, I think it was, for council. We're here for a public hearing, so welcome to the public hearing. Today we will be having public hearings for bylaws, 2024/25 Divide Hills Area Structure Plan Amendment and bylaw 2024/26.11 Daycare Facilities in More Districts. Each public hearing will be conducted separately. This public hearing is an opportunity for the public to provide their comments to the council on the proposed bylaws and resolutions. This is not a forum for debate or questions to council and administration. In accordance with the meeting procedures bylaw, this meeting is being streamed and recorded on the website. In accordance with the meeting procedures bylaw, this meeting, For those participating electronically, we note that due to limited connectivity issues within some areas of the county, no guarantee can be provided for the continued connectivity of your personal internet service. In an effort to support electronic participation, we have provided the video conference link and a phone-in number in the public hearing notice. For each public hearing, the process will be public hearing call to order, administration introduces the matter, and then invited members of the public will be asked to come forward and speak to the matter until everyone has had an opportunity to speak. Members of council will be invited to ask the members of the public any questions that they may have. Once all members of the public have spoke, council may then ask questions of administration to address any matters raised during the public hearing. Then the chair myself will declare the hearing closed, and this will end the opportunity to anyone to provide new information on the matter. Council will then consider the matter, and then this process will be repeated for every public hearing being conducted. Depending on the information that is received during the public hearing, council may decide to refer the decision on a matter to another time to allow for council's consideration of the information received, or to provide direction to administration for receipt of clarification or information relative to specific matters or concerns. So, with that, I call to order the public hearing for bylaw number 2024/25, Divide Hills Area Structure Plan Amendment. Mr. Mohi, are you presenting?
That's correct. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and Council. This is still the public hearing for bylaw 2024/25 that proposes to amend the Divide Hills Area Structure Plan. Figure 9 land use concept by changing the future land use designation for the west portion of the Northwest 17, 3826-4, encompassing approximately 25 hectares from agricultural to country residential as per Schedule A, and to consider granting second and third readings to the said bylaw. Okay, first reading of the said bylaw was granted on November 12th of last year. The subject land is located approximately 1 mile east of the city of Red Deer, adjacent south of Highway 11, and east of Range Road 265. The subject land covers approximately 25 hectares or 61.8 acres, currently being used for agricultural purposes. The land area is 100% of that area is Class 2 soil per Alberta Agriculture website. That's on Schedule D. Next slide. Yep. The highest point of the subject land is approximately a third of the way south of the north property boundary and gradually slopes downward to the southwest corner, and a difference of about 30 meters from the highest point to the lowest point. The applicant wishes to develop the land for country residential purposes and is therefore proposing to amend the Divide Hills Area Structure Plan to allow for the consideration of this form of development within the subject area. Next slide. So Divide Hills Area Structure Plan Policy 511 states that country residential development is only considered on the lands indicated in Figure 9. The proposed amendments to Figure 9 would change the future land use designation for the subject parcel from agricultural to country residential. This would allow the rezoning and subdivision of this land for country residential purposes Just hold on to this slide. So within that graphic, that's the existing land use concept, and it's pointing towards the specific land that's being proposing to be changed. Okay. This is also in your package. Next slide. The applicant stated the objective of the proposed change is to accommodate the growing residential demand while maintaining the rural character and natural beauty of the area. The applicant further states that there are several benefits to the proposed change and eventual development, including economic, social, and compatibility with the surrounding land uses. The applicant submitted that conceptual plan for the area is to have about 24 country residential lots and the rest of the area for future development. Next slide. The land use bylaw allows for a range of 1 to 3 acres of a country residential district or R1 lots. The subject land is located within the collaborative planning area of the city of Red Deer and Red Deer County Intermunicipal Development Plan as shown. The following IDP policies apply. So IDP policy 343, subsection 1D, subsection 1, states that consideration of suitable interim long-term use lands within the collaborative planning areas, recognizing the future growth of the city. 343, subsection 1D, Roman numeral 2, II, establishes the criteria for development of lands within the collaborative planning area and evaluation of proposed developments, including but not limited to its impacts on the city's long-term growth direction to the east and west of the city's growth area. This sentiment is reiterated once again in IDP policy 343, subsection 1B, 7. Next slide. And the following IDP further policies also apply. Policy 343, subsection 2 states that existing area structure plans shall be implemented and existing concept plans and outline plans shall be considered. Amendments to ASP shall be deferred unless city and county agree to consider. Policy 343, subsection 3 instructs that any application within the collaborative planning area, the city manager will determine whether the city supports or objects to the application being considered based on the application's compliance with the IDP and will advise the county manager in writing accordingly. And this is in your package as well. The letter from the city manager do not support the proposed bylaw 2024/25. Next slide. Red Deer County Municipal Development Plan Policies 3.1.1. We have here, it's the agriculture will have priority over all other land uses. 4.1, with regards to housing strategy, the county shall allow for and direct new residential development to areas considered appropriate for residential uses, which include areas within adjacent or priority growth hamlets, areas identified for multi-lot residential development within approved area structure plans, and the subject land is neither located within or adjacent to priority growth hamlets, nor within an area identified for residential development in the Divide Hills area structure plan. Next slide. Further, Red Deer County MDP policy 10.1.2, the county shall not approve any rezoning proposal in contravention of an IDP or ASP. If such development is proposed and deemed to have merit, then an amendment to the IDP or ASP shall be pursued in accordance with the provisions of the MDP. So administration therefore does not support the proposed application to amend the Divide Hills ASP as it does not adhere to the above mentioned IDP and MDP policies. Next slide. This was referred to internal and external stakeholders, as well as the landowners within and also adjacent to the Divide Hills ASP. We received one letter. However, there are 20 residents representing 11 properties. Living in Stone Ridge Estates was received. The residents' concerns include effect on property values, lack of information regarding lot sizes, architectural controls, roads and driveways, also an effect on water well supply or property taxes. And that should conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mohi. Do any members of council have any questions of administration? None? We will now hear from members of the sorry? Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. So I just have, it's more clarification. So how far away is Stonebridge Estates from this proposal?
Go ahead, Mr. Mohi.
Through the CEO, the Deputy Mayor and Council. The land in itself is actually maybe 40 to 50 meters across from it. It's right up against it, right,
right
on the west side of Range Road 265. So on this map, you can see the dashed line of the subject area, and Stonebridge Estates is just right across the road on the west.
So was that development supported at the time?
I think,
Through the CAO or?
oh, go ahead.
Okay, so through the CAO to Councillor Moore. So are you speaking specifically the Eagle Ridge?
Well, the existing one.
So the existing
How did
one-
that come to be? Because looking at the recommendation is my question.
Okay, so the existing Eagle Ridge Estates is included within the Divide Hills Area Structure Plan, approved a long time ago. So what we're talking about today is amending the Divide Hills to allow for it.
The bylaws that approve the Stone Ridge area and that for development predate the current IDP.
That makes it clear for me. And if I may, Mr. Chair, one more question. Would there be an option to amend? So the application is to amend to rezone. Has this happened before? Have we done this before in the county when a proposal hasn't quite fit?
Mr. Barr, I guess.
So through the CAO to Councillor Moore, we have not made an amendment to this area structure plan that I'm aware of.
Or any other in the county when this situation has arisen?
Well, we're within the IDP boundary right now, so it's a different situation completely. We have to adhere to the statutory document, which is at the very highest level.
Which is the present one we're working with. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Ramsey?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I don't want to get into too much, I guess, before hearing from the public, but a question on the water supply. I did see that noted in the report. There would have been no water study or anything done. That would all come at if there were to move to a development permit.
Through the CAO to Deputy Mayor and Council, all those levels of studies, the engineering studies would be required at subdivision. This is the starting point of an amendment to the plan.
Is that all? Thank you. Any other? Councillor DePalm, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I have, I guess, one question. So in the future, sorry, I was just trying to see if I read it or not. What is this slated for in the future in the area structure plan? Is it for future later down the road, or it will be municipal reserve, or like with the new plan that has come in place?
So I can answer some of that, and you can get more technical, Mr. Mohe, if you need to, for sure. So generally speaking, when we're dealing with these intermunicipal development plan areas, it is designed to represent the future need of the municipality with which we have the agreement. So it is really a question best asked to the city, as it would be expected that they would grow out towards this boundary, and it would be in their planning process. So it's really designed to be a holding pattern or a restriction on further development until such time as the one municipality annex land from the other. And as you can tell from this map, that is, quite likely it could be many, many years away, but that's sort of how those designs work in any IDP, not just this one, but in any provincially mandated intermunicipal development plan, between a rural and an urban. It's set up in a way that as they grow and as they require the land, these are the areas they grow into as a city. And so as a result, we don't know what they might do there. Likely it could be residential and similar to the area. It makes the most sense, but it really goes through their planning process. And we're not really contemplating too many revisions to any of these area structure plans until such time as the city would give notice and annex this land. And I don't foresee that happening anytime soon.
Okay, so this will basically be, if it, the way it sits right now, in a holding pattern until the city decides to do something.
Yes, yes, that is a correct. It's probably a very frustrating thing for some members for people who own land in these areas that are adjacent to municipalities, because often it can mean that they can certainly ask, and that is what is happening today. The owners of this property are asking permission. However, it's more likely that these statutory documents prevent that from occurring. If they didn't prevent that from occurring, they really wouldn't be serving their primary purpose as an intermunicipal development plan.
Okay. Okay, that was I just wanted to know if it was gonna, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? Councillor Moore?
I do, CAO Husberg has spurred a question of mine, and hopefully he can explain. Even though this is the collaborative area and down the road many years away, the city is anticipating growth in this way. How can I put this question? That the recommendation here is not supporting it, even though there ultimately will be development. Can you help me understand, or because I'm a little bit confused?
No, it's a great question. It's an issue of the type of development one might consider today based on the neighborhood, and you could imagine that this application would be something that could be considered, and it would make sense sort of for the neighborhood, so to speak. But with IDPs, there is always the challenge, and you can look to any area of the county that's been recently annexed. The example up by Lynn Valley, where the other jurisdiction that is part of this agreement, that it is part of the IDP, comes forward, and they're doing something quite different. So it's not, in its current state, it's not necessarily designed for county councils, this one or ones in the future, to determine what development might look like. We may have seen a situation in this area, in an example like this, where the city felt it was very much in line with what they were going to do, and they may have provided a different answer as a result of that. So this collaborative area is the farthest area away from their current development, and as a result, there's some slight possibilities that they could see a proposal and be okay with it ahead of time, but it is always much more likely that their growth occurs from the center and moves its way out. And in that case, it really can be different. So it's really, I cannot speculate as to what the city might consider to be an appropriate use in the future. For now, their answer to us has been that they feel that it is premature to look at this type of development in this area.
Okay, any other questions for administration? So we will now hear from members of the public wishing to speak to this matter. Our meeting procedures bylaw outlines how the public will participate in the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak will be invited to do so. Each speaker will be asked to give their name, address, and indicate whether they have previously submitted a written response. If a written response has been received, please keep oral presentations to new information. Those wishing to speak will have a maximum of 5 minutes. At the start of your comments, please state and spell your name, provide your address, and indicate if you have submitted a response. Once you have finished speaking, please stay at the microphone in case any members of council have questions for you. So, is there anyone in the gallery wishing to speak to this matter? No one. Legislative Services, is there anyone on the phone or video conference wishing to speak to this matter?
No, there is not.
Calling a second time, is there anyone in the gallery or on the phone or video conference wishing to speak to this matter? A third and final time, is there anyone in the gallery or on the phone or video conference wishing to speak to this matter? No one? Confirming that no more persons have indicated that they wish to speak to this matter, do any members of council have any questions for administration to address matters during the public hearing? Oh, Councillor Massier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good report. It has to deal with a lot of documents that are in place to protect the city of Red Deer interests and ours being the adjacent municipality to them. And I think that's the big issue right here, is that our current IDP doesn't allow for this amendment to a current ASP to happen that easily. Right now, we're working on a new IDP with the city of Red Deer. When would an application like this be considered after our new IDP is implemented? Because if there's big changes to the IDP, it changes it. I'm under the understanding sometimes when an applicant comes forward with certain asks, they're not allowed to come back for a certain amount of time. Does that amount of time apply in this situation? I don't know which way it's going to go, but my question really is, when a new IDP is implemented, and it might be in the next 6 to 12 months, how would that affect future applications and their timeline?
CEO Hertzberg?
Yes, thank you. We can't speak for either this council or for city council in terms of what the final version of that IDP is, but you're absolutely correct, Councillor Massier. It is currently under review. There are not currently any proposals that would reflect a change in this area that would change admin's recommendation. That could change, but I think at this point we're already well out into public consultation and other types of consultation. So I believe it's fair to say with a fair amount of certainty that this isn't something that's going to be necessarily contemplatable. That's not a word. Maybe it is. To be contemplated in the new IDP either. But both councils will have the final say on that. The current drafts don't indicate that at all. And I'm not surprised by that. It's being a collaborative area, it is some of the areas that's farthest out in terms of what their next levels and stages of development are. And in terms of the time between applications, I think we're at 18 months is typically the case. If something were to change, if my response to your question were to be revised by changes in both councils mutually agreeing on something else, it would be something that they could bring forward as an application at that time.
So what I've gathered is the IDP stays similar to the way it is in this area. It would be an 18-month window. If the IDP drastically changes this in the area, it could be a different window.
Yeah, the window might change if the IDP were to change significantly and become more permissible,
right.
Something to be contemplated in a new IDP.
But if not, the 18 months holds. Thank you. That's my answer to the question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. So that gives me further clarification of there's no anticipated major change. Is there anything that could be done with this application to make it more palatable, or is it just because of the rules that we have to abide by?
CEO Hertzberg?
Yes, I know I'm not letting my planning professionals speak a whole bunch of this, but it's really the statutory document dictates the response that you have from us, and I cannot speak on behalf of the city. They have spoken and provided their response to this proposal as the IDP would ask them to, and I thank them for their consideration on that, and it would be up to them to decide whether there was a need for that change, and I don't believe there's anything that would have us believe that that's something that would occur, having had sufficient time on their side to contemplate this and provide their response.
Any other questions, council? Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed for, Bylaw 2024/25 Divide Hills Area Structure Plan Amendment. Looking for a motion. Councillor Ramsey? Or, sorry,
Yep.
you called first, so.
Okay. Yeah, just looking at the recommendation, Ms. Rodwell, I don't believe I can make a motion to deny second reading. I believe I need to table second reading, right?
We do prefer motions to be made in the positive. A motion to defeat a bylaw is kind of a bit of a double negative. So typically what we do is a motion to approve a bylaw, and then that motion just gets defeated, is typically the process that we see happening.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So with that, I would move second reading. I think it's important, you know, we went first reading, we went out to the public, we had some feedback submitted, so I think it's important we get to debate and discuss that now. And yeah, I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Councillor Massier, you.
Sure, and yeah, we're doing a motion on this one while you closed it. I appreciate having a motion to approve second reading on the table, but I can't support it, and the reasons is the city growth area and the IDP we have with the city could really tie their hands, and it's not today, it's not tomorrow, it's in 30 years from now. And when you look at the density of an urban center compared to a rural area, the country residential doesn't apply here. And so I appreciate the motion to approve the second reading on the floor right now, but I'm certainly going to vote against second reading in the city's wishes for future urbanization in this area. And I know it's a long ways out, but boy, that time will come quickly. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
So this is a difficult one. And when I look at the map, I see all these country residential lots. And this is, you know, a stone's throw away, this application. And it would look that it could fit, because we've had letters of Stonebridge Estates in support of this. However, we have to abide by the IDP statutory documents. This is the way that we work with the city, and I don't think this is done and dusted. I think down the road, maybe there's a potential. I think right now it's premature, but I struggled with it because it looks like it fits, and it's just where that dotted line happens to be. So, but I will respect the statutory documents that we collaboratively work together with the city, so that we have intentional and thoughtful growth. And those are my reasons for not supporting the motion. And I hope one day I see this back in front of us.
Thank you. Councillor Ramsey, I'll let you close. Councillor DeBalm?
Thanks for all that. So I guess, you know, I am struggling with this a little bit just for the same reasons. It totally looks to me like it would fit. I guess I have a question, if I can still ask it. Okay.
Unfortunately, questions cannot be asked because we don't have any ability to submit additional information past the close of a public hearing.
Okay. Okay, so then my comments would be, you know, yeah, I'm not sure how to make my question into a comment. You know, I did see all the letters that came in, and I understand all those people's concerns and that, but also, you know, looking out there, there is numerous country residential out there. So I don't know if, you know, they could talk to the city to see what their plans are eventually for this, to see if maybe they can coordinate something to work that way going forward. But I do have to follow our documents of what we have at this point in time. But I am finding it hard to follow our documents when, you know, in my opinion, this does look a lot similar to everything that's already out there. And yeah, so I won't support it today based on those reasons of our documents and, you know, collaborating with the city at this point in time. But I do hope that the applicants could maybe talk to the city to see what their plan is in the future and maybe go that direction to see if they could do something different. Yeah, those are my comments right now.
Thank you. Councillor Holzman.
Thank you for the motion on the floor. I too cannot support it. I do want to thank everybody who came out in the galley today and the Stone Ridge Estates property owners that took their time to write a letter that they did not want that in the area. And it is part of the whole planning process down the road. And I know it seems like it's a lot of paperwork, but that's why we have to do the paperwork. And hopefully down the road it changes, but at this point we have to work within our guidelines.
Thank you, and I'll speak. I haven't spoken yet. Yeah, unfortunately, this one, we're butting up against growth and progress with the city and documents that we agree to. It's unfortunate, but like has been stated before, maybe the applicants can speak with the city and get it worked out. I'll let Councillor Ramsey close.
Yeah, and I made a motion in the positive, but I'm actually going to speak in the negative towards this application. And you know, I think there's been a lot of comments made around the statutory documents, and that aside, I actually have concerns with this application. You know, we look at these densities and the dry conditions we're having, and yeah, water is a big concern for me. I get that would all have to be proved out at a time of development, but you know, with adding 60 acres, I know the application was for roughly 24 more homes, but given the rules, you could actually fit double that in there. And on individual services, that could have significant impact to this area. Also, there is land already in the area structure plan that is designated for country residential development that is not developed. So I think it would be premature to expand the area structure plan at this time and take productive ag land out. So I won't be supporting second reading.
Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is defeated, 6-0. Thank you. So, second part of today here, I call to order the public hearing for bylaw number 2024/26.11, daycare facility. First, we will have a presentation from administration on this matter. Hi, good morning, or good afternoon, I guess now. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Council. This application for you for the public hearing is to consider granting second reading, that should say, to bylaw 2024/26.11 and a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2022/26, the land use bylaw, as follows. And it is to amend a number of commercial districts. So the Comprehensive Town Center District, General Commercial District, Business Service Commercial District, Neighborhood Commercial, Public Services, Direct Control number 4, which is the hamlet of Springbrook, and Direct Control number 7, which is the hamlet of Benalto, by adding daycare facility as a discretionary use. The intent and purpose of the proposed amendment is to allow daycare facilities in more districts, in more commercial districts. We have received an increase in interest from business owners wanting to develop daycares, specifically in Gasoline Alley. And in recent months, there has been a drive for more childcare spaces from the federal government to build a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system And the Government of Canada is working with the provinces and territories to create 250,000 new childcare spaces across the country by March 2026, and to also increase access to affordable childcare options for families. The table before you shows you the commercial districts that are recommended to add daycare facility as a discretionary use. So you can see there's 4 recommended districts, with 2 districts, the C7 and C8, already having daycares listed as a discretionary use. So in current bylaw, 2 of the 8 districts allow commercial or just allow daycare facilities, and by having this proposed amendment, it increases the availability of that space for business owners. We're also, and these maps before you show the difference that it would make in Gasoline Alley in allowing a C7 and a C8, which so on the left image is where daycares could currently locate, and on the right image is where daycares could apply for an application if this proposed amendment is approved. You can go to the next slide. We're also recommending that daycares be added into the public service district. And so oftentimes daycares are set up in existing schools and churches or other community facilities which are within those public service districts. And so it has that space where the programming and setup to accommodate a care facility could be quite minimal to a new business owner wanting to operate a daycare. And we're also recommending to add it to the direct control districts of the hamlet of Springbrook and Benalto. And that would allow these these communities to have a childcare facility if there was space available and somebody applied in those districts. So we are recommending, or we did also refer the application internally and externally, and we did not receive any comments submitted at the time of writing the report. So we are recommending that council grant second and third reading to bylaw 2024/26.11, a bylaw to amend bylaw 2022-26, the land use bylaw as per section 1 of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of council have questions for administration? Councillor Ramsey. I'll just go around.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yeah, I'm wondering if there was any consideration given to adding the ag zoning as discretionary use, and just given the same reasons that some of the other areas are being looked at. I would say, you know, our smaller areas like Benalto, Spruceville, Nora, there's a lot of rural ag land around there, and we have a lot of aging community facilities, community halls and that are not being used the same way they were. And if someone wanted to start up a business to kind of help the more rural community as far as daycare is concerned, you know, it would be nice to be able to consider that, as I have had interest in my area. But I don't know if there was concern for administration in opening it up, as that opens up a lot more, but it would be discretionary use. So
Director Miller, I think, is
Sure.
on this one.
Certainly, if Beth has anything to add, I welcome her to do so, but through the CAO to Deputy Mayor and Council. With respect to agricultural specifically, typically that is more, you've got your ag and your residential, and then we didn't contemplate residential districts or the agricultural district because we do have home businesses that we have home business minor and home business major that it can be processed under. So there is that option. I understand that it would be tricky if somebody doesn't live there, but that would be a requirement, is to have some sort of residence.
Thank you. Any other?
but if we added the ag zoning as discretionary use, it would remove that requirement that someone had to live there.
Director Miller.
So I believe the question was that whether or not we contemplated it. And when we were contemplating the amendments to the land use bylaw to see where this fit, we focused on the commercial districts to allow for that opportunity. We typically wouldn't add this as a use on its own. It would fall under that home business use. And if you're looking at opportunity to amend this, we have sought a legal opinion. I'll maybe have Sam chime in there. It would warrant another public hearing.
Most certainly, the legal opinion is fairly clear that unfortunately, people typically attend a public hearing based on what is advertised. So when we amend something to an extent that someone may have wished to attend but didn't do so because it wasn't included in the advertisement, that it's then not typically seen as a procedurally fair process. So it is recommended that you do an additional public hearing for that, because this amendment sounds like it relates to a different land use zoning. I do believe that this bylaw could proceed today, and if you so wished, you could look at a subsequent resolution directing administration to prepare a further amendment to additional land use districts, because it wouldn't necessarily have to be tied to this bylaw. It could be standalone on its own. So you could look at doing that in the future should you so.
Thank you.
No others? Okay. Councillor DePalm?
So thanks for the report. I'm glad to see this changing in that. I guess one question, in the halls that we have now around, could they do this already? Or like there's some halls that are like out in the country, right? They wouldn't have anybody living there or anything like that, but are they allowed at this point to have a daycare run in our halls?
Director Miller?
So I'll maybe just, we would have to take a look at how that application is written or what they're looking to do. If it's accessory to the use that's existing, certainly those accessory uses do exist for halls and church groups and whatnot. But if they're looking to completely change the building from its current use to be a standalone daycare and it's not zoned appropriately, then that would be more problematic. If it's zoned, then certainly an application could be processed that way.
Okay, I guess I'm just thinking like during the day they could do daycares and on the weekends rent out the hall the way it is and stuff. So I've known in the past, like when my kids were little, there was that kind of stuff going on in some of our halls, right? So this doesn't include that in any way, shape then, right? So that would have to be an add-on like Councillor Ramsey's then.
I think we would have to determine what becomes the primary use and the secondary use. So if it's just a secondary accessory use to the primary, and the primary is the majority of what its use is, certainly that's how we would look at it. If they're looking to change this to a daycare all week and then every once in a while rent it out, that would probably flip to the primary.
Okay, so would we have to change anything then? I guess I'm a little confused on that.
I think it's fair to say, especially if you've seen some historical examples, that to this point, it's been considered something that a hall can do, but it's still a hall. No one is selling a community hall to a for-profit organization that's going to turn it into a specific daycare.
Okay.
So if it's something that's happening at the hall, there's very little times when you think of the nature of the traffic and the noise and the types of things that happen at a hall. Kids running around playing, they all have playgrounds for the most part. It makes good sense that it would exist. I think what staff's trying to get across as a point on that is that up till now it's been accessory. It's been an accessory use, but they've not, in those examples you probably recall, they've never stopped being a hall.
Okay.
So they were a hall first, And then that's why they're referring to as accessory to that original use, or that primary use, which is it's still a community facility, and it's providing daycare services. So I would be pretty sure, unless it was an extreme case of a high intensity use, I don't know which kids that would be, but if they're really not suitable as a result of the nature of the daycare, which I can't think that a daycare would be much different than a hall, it would stay as, it could be contemplated tomorrow in your current rules that someone could utilize part of their programming in their hall to have some daycare facilities, because they're still a hall.
Okay.
It changes when they change the use, and it's not a hall anymore. Now we're going to be a daycare. And we're gonna be
Full-time.
Solely a day. Yeah, exactly. Then it becomes primary.
Okay.
And that does need a different contemplation. And one of them is changing your bylaw like this. Another one could be simply direct control if it's a special one-off situation. So there's a few tools available for folks outside of this one.
Okay. It was just a thought, because it might keep some of our halls a little more, active and things like that. So as long as that can still happen, I'm good with that. Okay. Those were all the questions I had.
Thank you. Councillor Holzman?
So just working on that, I just want to be correct in saying that it's recommended to add daycare facility into public service district, but we're still okay in Springbrook and Benalto because we're going to add them as a DCD. Is that correct?
Yes, that's
Okay,
correct.
so those two hamlets can have daycares because they will be set up as DCDs if they so wish.
Through the CAO to members of council, they are DCDs, and so we'll add them as a discretionary use. So if somebody was coming into those communities with an appropriate location, then they would have that opportunity to obtain a permit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Massey?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I think this is a good one. We're trying to accommodate. We're trying to make sure these fit. And at first I thought, why aren't they just permitted? But I get it, because not always in the right place, so it's discretionary at the time. Make sure we got the conditions in, and that gives us that ability. My question is in line with Councillor Ramsey's, Mr. Chair, in that in the report, and the slide went on, but I didn't hear many verbal words to it, it's not being recommended in highway commercial. And I'm thinking, well, I guess, yeah, how close do you want the kids to the highway? But there's a thing called a fence. And the other one that really got me was, why wouldn't it be recommended in a commercial recreational district? Same thing, I'm gonna go, I don't maybe know what a commercial recreational district is, but if I'm going to recreate, geez, it'd be nice to maybe have the children stop by somewhere else while I'm recreating. But maybe I don't understand why staff's recommendation is to put the X on highway commercial C3 and C5.
Through the CAO to members of council, when we looked at the district, we were looking at what the best use would be. So highway commercial is intense highway commercial businesses where you want to have a lot of turnover of traffic. You want to have a lot of people coming to and from those businesses. So we had made the recommendation to not include it because a daycare, in our opinion, is not a good fit for that high turnover of uses in a highway commercial. When it comes to commercial recreation, where we were just talking about accessory uses, that is typically where you'll see a daycare as an accessory use, is in a commercial recreation facility. So you'll have a multiplex or a recreational, which has a multitude of uses in it, and a daycare can become an accessory use. And so that's why it's not being recommended to add it as its own use, because it would be within an existing type of facility of that sort.
Almost the same answer I heard for the ag district. It can be an accessory under something. It's not like they're disallowed. It can't be the primary use. Okay, I appreciate that clarity. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I just have one question on, do we cap the amount of daycares? Is that contemplated in what's proposed?
Through the CAO to members of council, no, we wouldn't put a cap on the number of daycares in a certain area. So that would be up to the business owners to decide if they wanted to locate within proximity to another one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. All my questions have been answered. So we will, no other questions from council? We will now hear from members of the public wishing to speak to this matter. Our meeting procedure bylaw outlines how the public will participate in the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak will be invited to do so. Each speaker will be asked to give their name, address, and indicate whether they have previously submitted a written response If a written response has been received, please keep oral presentations to new information. Those wishing to speak will have a maximum of 5 minutes. At the start of your comments, please state and spell your name, provide your address, and indicate if you have submitted a written response. Once you have finished speaking, please stay at the microphone in case any members of council have questions for you. And with that, is there anyone in the gallery wishing to speak to this matter? Please come forward to the microphone.
Hi there, my name is Matt Zubi, M-A-T-T-Z-U-B-I. I'm the owner of a small commercial lot in Springbrook, in the hamlet of Springbrook, and it is currently zoned as C2. We've been approached multiple times, or at least our realtor has been approached multiple times about a daycare use for the plaza that we're planning. My main question is why wouldn't it be maybe instead of discretionary use for certain zoning, say like C2 would have enough parking and it would be commercial anyway to be approved kind of as a permitted use instead of discretionary, compared to say something like the direct control being discretionary kind of thing. That's my question basically.
We don't take questions, do we?
I'm sorry. Then I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah. Do you have any other comments or? That's it. Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else in the gallery wishing to speak to this matter? Ms. Rodwell, is there anyone online? Oh, sorry, did someone? No? Is there anyone online, Ms. Rodwell?
No, there is not.
Okay, calling a second time. Is there anyone in the gallery or in phone or video conference wishing to speak to this matter? Okay, a third and final time. Is there anyone in the gallery or on the phone or video conference wishing to speak to this matter? Nobody online, nobody on the phone. Sir, were you wanting to speak? Okay. Confirming that no more persons have indicated that they wish to speak to this matter. Do any members of council have any questions for administration to address matters raised? Councillor Massier?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I guess we don't have a motion on, and you allowed me to ask staff more questions, and I appreciate that. I guess the question would be, if I own some property that was right now C2 and it's commercial and it had a sufficient parking lot and those types of things to allow a discretionary daycare into my area, is that really what discretionary is all about, that there'd be a list of rules and conditions that would have to be probably met, and then it would come in front of, I don't know who, council or MPC for approval? Would that be the procedure?
Through the CAO to members of council, yes, that would be the procedure. And I can give you a little context and why it's recommended as discretionary versus permitted also.
Sure.
Daycares are typically a high intensity use. You have a lot of traffic coming to and from the site, and you also have the health and well-being of children. And so you need to consider the compatibility of the daycare with the other uses and whether that's going to be appropriate or not, and be able to impose conditions which can satisfy potential concerns in regards to the health and safety or the traffic or the parking, because it is a high intensity use. So that's the reason it is recommended as discretionary and not permitted.
And I sure appreciate that clarity, because if I had a little strip mall with a little convenience store, that might be compatible. But I guess if I had a 4,000 seat nightclub, maybe that wouldn't be as compatible. But I guess staff would work with the applicant and come up with something. Mr. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Moore?
I guess my question was on the neighbours, and we'd probably close down that nightclub, wouldn't we? Yeah, so I appreciate the rationale there, and definitely considering the well-being of our young children.
Anyone else? Okay, I now declare the public hearing closed. Looking for a motion, everyone. I saw Councillor Moore first. Councillor Moore, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I would move that we grant second reading to Bylaw 2024/26/11 that proposes to amend Bylaw number 2022/26, the land use bylaw, as per attached in Schedule 1. I think this is very responsive to the needs that are out there, so that working families can get reliable, good childcare, and seems to be a natural progression, and I'm happy to see this in front of us.
Thank you. I'll just go around. Councillor Ramsey.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor, and certainly speaking in support of this. And I do appreciate the speaker and the concern versus permitted and discretionary. And I like that it's discretionary, you know, a lot for the reasons stated and others that, you know, we can view these kind of case by case and ensure they fit the area and stuff like that, and they have the proper conditions. And I don't want to, I was armed with an amendment, but I was stopped, so that's okay. Because I don't want to delay this further, and I think we're doing a good thing here, and I don't want to distract from that, but I do think that egg piece is important. I am looking at a piece of property in my area that has now a decommissioned church that sits on egg land, you know, roughly 5 minutes out of a hamlet that, you know, was kind of considered this, but because there's no residents, they can't move forward with an application. So I think, you know, further to Councillor DePalm's comments and stuff, I think there's going to be a gap there that we could help address with a little bit more flexibility in the rules, and it might prevent some of our halls from either going defunct or sitting abandoned. But all in all, I like the change. I like that we're opening up more possibility for daycare facilities in the county.
Thank you. Councillor DePalm. Councillor Holzman.
Thank you. Thank you for the speaker as well. I totally am in support of this. It's something that's needed. There's so many working families out there and not great childcare, so I am totally in support of it. I concur with Councillor Ramsey. I think it's a good thing to look at different ways to do that, and that's a very good comment about a decommissioned church that we could take a look at. And Councillor DePalm, we have lots of halls that are sitting empty most of the days, so it is something to look at down the road. But for this one, I would totally support second reading.
Councillor Massier. I'll just give my comments and then let the mover close. Yeah, this is in my area and on many fronts, and I think it's shows the growth that's happening in our communities. And quite frankly, councillors brought up an area that we may need to look at in the future, but at the time we're looking at this bylaw, so I'll let Councillor Moore close. Thank you. Nothing? Okay. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. Need another motion? Councillor DePalm.
I would move third reading.
Thank you. Third. Any comments? Anyone? Thank you. Call the question. All those in favor? That's everyone again. I guess we're done the motion here, though. I know. Okay.
So just my question, how do we go about doing what Councillor Ramsey said?
Strat plan?
In strat plan or at GPC?
Yeah, there's several opportunities. We can discuss that in a councillor inquiry and questions even at our next GPC. There's a few ways to bring that forward.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, needing one more. Who wants to be the... Sure. Councillor Ramsey.
Move to adjourn at 2:29.
2:29. All those in favor? That's all of us. Thank you, everyone. How much more you got, Curtis?